Hello, everyone. So here's the deal. Yesterday, oh wait, I didn't do my. Okay, nobody cares that I didn't do my mirror dungeons. It's fine. The thing that we're doing today is spending all of my currency that I've sort of saved up for the past year. I say sort of because I've spent on Walpurgis's to get the stuff that I wanted, right? And I had to go to pity for both of them because the gotcha hates me. Um, you know what? On top of the gotcha hating me, it always gives me the things that I do not want, which means I'm going to predict right now the first ego that I get if I get any. Okay, what I'm trying to say is before I get to 200, the one that I'm going to get is the Gregor one because I think, and that's going to be my hot take for the day. I think the animation for the Gregor ego is super mid. I don't like it. I think it's really disappointing. But who cares? I'm the only one who cares. I need to air my grievances, all right? This is my space and I get to do that. But I have a lot of currency. Despite spending like 200 per Walpurgis. So ideally, I can get all of the gotcha ego today, and then I might be able to use them. I don't have enough threads. Wait, yes, I do. I don't have enough shards, but I can use them, and then we'll do all the collaboration content. Which, how is it, by the way? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it. And just for context, I know nothing about Arknights. Absolutely nothing. The only thing I know is that I've like seen a couple characters. I think there's one called Dusk. I like her. There's like some not the main character doctor, but like some other doctor guy. And I only know him because I watched someone gamble for Arknights units, and there was like some, I want to say some like leopard cheetah adjacent Catwoman or something, and this other doctor guy, and he kept getting the doctor guy, and I thought it was really funny. That's it. I don't know anything about the story. I don't know anything about the lore. I kind of don't care. All love and respect to Arknights fans, not my space though. Maybe they'll make me care. Anyways, also for full disclaimer, if I don't get all of them in the gotcha and like I don't get all of them from the rewards that I get from doing the event, oh well, I'll live. Um, I was gonna say if I don't get the Hong Lu one, I'll be mad, but I have more than enough I have more than 200 pulls, so I'll be getting that one for certain because that was my fave. Ha, anyone want to tell me how good they are, by the way? I looked at the coins and I have no idea. The only thing that made me go, oh, speaking of, haha, mid. Like, oh my goodness, bro swings his sword. I'm thrilled. Sorry. I'm a I'm a hater for no reason. The only thing that had me going, oh, is, well, I didn't read this. Whatever. Ooh, barrier, so like defensive. Um, okay. Which Arknights fan wants to tell me how you pronounce the dragon's name? Is it Monter or Monster or Monthreater? What is it? Healing 30%. Wowzers. 15 SP for two allies, including. Wait, two allies include. So for one other ally include. Anyway, mini fluid sac, except it uses different resources, so it's good for teams that are light on gloom. Yeah. I was like, wow, that might actually be usable. But the thing that got me the most is that if we do a little counting in my brain, um, I'm not the best at math, but I think 17 plus 13 is 30, which clashes higher than fluid sac, I think, which is 25, unless it's higher at up tie 4, because mine's at 3, because that shit's expensive. Who cares about Faust, though? Everyone look at Hong Lu. Anyway, they gave him a lantern, So I'm like, all right, sold. He writes poetry on the screen. It's like they made it for me specifically. Yeah, so for context, I have 54k lunacy, which I think it's definitely over. It's like 400-ish pulls, maybe. I'll even be nice to you and I'll do the math. So 1300 times 4 is 52. Okay, so I have 400 pulls in lunacy. So I at least have enough to guarantee 2 of them. And I have 25, I have 25 single tickets and a de-extraction ticket. So, like, unless I get giga-fucked, I should get them all. Yes? Okay, anyway, time for gambling, right? I'm on the right banner. I'm so paranoid ever since I spent 20 pulls on the incorrect Walpurgis banner because they were both green. Bitches cannot read. Also, there are a lot of, like, stray E.G.O that I have in the pool, so if I get ones that aren't that, can the ones that I get specifically be, like, Lantern? That's kind of it. Most of the E.G.O that I want, there's 1, 2, they're seasonal. I have most of the things in this game that I want. It's only taken me, like, 2 years. This game's expensive. Oh my goodness, yellow. Oh my goodness, it's Edgar Gregor. I'm okay with getting a ton of shards. Anyone know? Sorry, I was looking at Pridwin earlier because I was, that was a... Oh, de-extraction. Sorry, I was confused. I was looking at Pridwin earlier to see if a unit in HSR came out because I reinstalled just to get this unit and then I was gonna uninstall again. And I was looking at them and they piss me off. Thoughts keep coming into my brain. Hey, wouldn't it be super, like, cool and epic if the next time, or the next Walpurgis was specifically index units, ones that I've been waiting for like, ever, and I wasn't able to get them because I spent all my life savings on things that mean nothing to me. My collector brain just activates. Ooh, limited time shit, and I can get it for free. Me want, me get. At least the Scotty one is free. The animation is nice. Are any of these characters, like, relevant to Arknights? Once again, I don't know the lore. Yellow. Hello. Ah, my eyes. Wowzers. Telepole. Well, Speaking of E.G.O that are gonna be benched. Wrong, Faust E.G.O. Okay, I'm at 70. I'm telling you, the gacha hates me. Blue! I assume that blue is the good color. Which one am I gonna get? Can it be Hong Lu? Oh, well, you shouldn't have. I fucking told you, though. I told you. The one that I'm gonna get first is Gregor, the one that I like the least. Ooh, wow, I'm so big. I still need to uptide Garden of Thorns to 4. I said I was gonna do that. Wowzers. Oh well, I got 1, which means that... Okay, basically no matter what, I'm gonna get the rest, but if I cannot spend my pity on them, that'd be epic. I know I could technically go to pity if I was close and I had all of them to get an announcer, but who would I would get the time-killing time ones, even though I wouldn't even use them. The only ones that I'd consider using are the Lobotomy Corporation ones. Because I love that game. The game hates me for real. I'm not even getting yellow units. Oh, they hate me. They want to see me suffer. It's like, can I at least get spare units that I don't have? Can I at least get, like, a Rabbit Heathcliff? Can I get a Reindeer Ishmael so I can complete the Mirror Dungeon missions without having to, like, spend shards on it? Because I don't want to spend shards on all these benched ass characters. Anyway, there's the yellow, and I think that's an E.G.O, so what am I gonna get? Can it be a lantern? What the fuck am I missing? You could get Thoracalgia from the gacha? I thought it was limited. Okay. Another wrong Faust E.G.O again. That's really funny. I'm never gonna use this. When the fuck do you use this over Fluid Sac? Genuinely. That's why Ryoshi's better. Shout out my goat. I'm gonna get so many shards from this. We might be purchasing things. Purchasing things with in-game currency. That's why I titled the stream Gambling My Fictional Life Savings. I am not spending real money. I am not supporting you spend real money. Don't spend real money. Alright. The gacha hates me for real. Can I get another one before I hit 200? I keep backing out to see what my thing is because I'm not counting. Awawa. And I have all the red units, so none of this matters to me. You know what would be really funny? If I got to 200 and then the very next one was a... Oh, I thought it was closer. Okay, so 1. Ooh, 2 LO. Can it be at least something I don't have? Ugh. Pirate Gregor and Shichun-ish. See, this sucks, because I feel like I have everything Ishmael related that I want. I could buy Lantern for Gregor, so that's fine. I wasn't counting again. Gambling. What number am I at? Okay, 2 more, and then we redeem Honglu. Unless... They hate me. Unless... They hate me. Hello. And it's a unit. I think. Right? The bright yellow chain means it's an... Ooh, it's new. Wait. Oh, is this sync? Cool. Well, at least it's one that I don't have. I'll never use her, though. I do think she's cute. One of the only Don Quixote units that I like. Okay. Well, I'm at 200. And I only got 1, and it was the one that I don't want. Slay. Give me Honglu. Gimme. I would say my wife, but Dante's right there. Hello there. Hello. Legion? Question mark? Oh my goodness. Honglu. And who's the character behind him? That cannot be her name. Anyway, cool dragon lady. Wait, does it give me any cool text? A poem's brushstroke? Nothing that I can apply to my Yi-Song based profile. Yeah, I mean, collab sucks, no Yi-Song E.G.O, SMH my head. Any cool keywords? Loong? Is that a real word? Or is that a misspell? Oh, right. Wrong Faust he E.G.O 2 times in a row. How did this happen? What rarity is Hexnail? Is it a Teth? It is a Teth. I have all of her E.G.O, I think, except for Hexnail. I need... Just let me check for funsies. Then we'll get back to gambling. Isn't there one here? Wait. Oh, I don't have 9-2. Who the fuck uses 9-2, though? So funny that they made ABO Faust, and then she doesn't even have any lust, so she can't make use of it. What were they thinking? It's really funny. Wheel of Chicken Kebab only turns once? Question mark? Chicken Kebab these pulls. Watch it be blue. It'd be really funny. Please don't make me spend. Please don't make me spend 200 pulls on discount Fluid Sac. It's not discount. It kind of is discount Fluid Sac. On green Fluid Sac, Monter. Make it... It is red. Congratulations. Red's the best color, though, so it's fine. And once again, I'm not counting my pulls. And I'm scared that I'm pulling on the wrong banner. Ah! Okay, right banner. Yay. Discount fluid sack. Yellow. Be someone I don't... Oh my goodness. Hi, Dulcinea Rhodia. That's an S tier unit right there. I'm thinking about Pridwin and they make me mad. As much as I love Yisong and I love Spicebush, there is no... In what universe do you use Spicebush over Solemn Lament unless you don't have Solemn Lament? Huh? There's no universe. Nobody cares about Pridwin. Nobody cares. I care so bad. Okay. This is the universe where you don't use any of them. Yeah, but that's not this universe, because in this universe, I'm a Yisong truther, so I have to use him on every single one of my teams, even if he's not meta. I don't care if he doesn't have a good... Okay, wait, he actually kind of fits in every team now. I don't care if he doesn't have a great charge unit, I'm using him anyways. I don't care. I have all of them maxed. I need to use them somewhere. Ah, blue! I got it. Huzzah. Is it Monter or Monster or Monthreater? Double blue? It can't be double blue since they're all E.G.O and you can't pull dupes, and I already got the Gregor one earlier. So I have all of them. Hooray. Sans the Ishmael one, but that one's free. What? Holy words. Walk across the dust, grasp the solitude, and forge on toward the faint and far blank. Is Calcit dead? Alright, let's take a gander, and by take a gander, I mean equip them. I wouldn't even use her on my bleed team. I am the #1 proponent of Gripper Faust being Giga mid. Don't use her. But if I would, there is more Gluttony Gen. I'll uptie all of them to 3. I'd like to find a team where I can fit all of them. Wait! More importantly, how many shards did I get? Do I have enough to buy a Sinclair item? No. Oh, right, because I bought Cox Sinclair. Wait, no. What did I buy? I forget. I almost have enough to buy a Hung Lu something. Should I get soda? I know it's bad, but it's funny. Ew, Heathcliff. I want to convert these to threads so badly, but I want that stupid banner so bad, and I need... Ugh. I just remembered I'd need 2. Why do I need Rabbit and Harpooner Heathcliff? Can I have 0 Heathcliffs on my account? Can you delete all of them off of my account, please? I don't want them. Can I take away the levels from my level 4 Wild Hunt, please? Can I get my 2 tickets back? I can't make any purchases. The thing that I would want to buy is Ebony Stem. Sigh. Oh right, I was leveling them up. What did I give for Dawn? Oh right, I got synced on. Is that the only new unit I got? I think it is. To be fair, I do have most of them, so it's fine. Oh, wait, it's a he E.G.O. Yeah. Oh, Ling, it says the names up there. That's very hard to read. Wait, what did that say? What was the passive? I read this yesterday. Among the E.G.O resources consumed, that's cheap. That's not very expensive. That'd be really good in a... Gain 1 E.G.O resource of the least owned affinity. Okay, so gain of Sloth, Gloom, and Pride. That sounds pretty good. Just as a passive. Indy doesn't have really good E.G.O, so what are you using instead? D-Shredder? No. No. But Soda's so funny. Oh, that's not a very high number, is it? I can't do math in my brain. 8? I lost track. 14? 20? Ugh. Yuck. Low number. Boo. For context, I only really use E.G.O for clashing. I kind of don't care about the damage 90% of the time. Then you... Wow. Unbrilliant mid. Sorry, I have to be the #1 hater. I don't understand how this one works. I understand in theory that you have to build up this Man and Scabbard stack. Okay, so for every damage taken, for every shield damage taken, when other is it just defensive? What if you never get hit? Does it just is useless? Unless unbreakable coins. Fair enough. I like Garden of Thorns. Garden of Thorns has been so unbelievably clutch. Sorry, I'm keeping it on my bleed team. Alright, what team has all 4 of these goobers usable? Blech. Yucky. It might be sinking. Ew, though. Sorry. Yeah, I don't want to use this team. I really don't want to use E.G.O Faust. I know she's technically a good unit. I don't like babysitting her. I could be really boring. But consider the following. I don't really like this unit that much. Where's the sloth in this team? Oh, from Horsey. From Mousey. They have pretty decent sin spreads. But it's so boring. You want to play sinking. But we have no gluttony generation and stuff. We have literally no gluttony. Fine. I'll be boring. We're playing these. Command Meltdown is better than Fluid Sack on this team anyways. You get... What is it? Oh, it uses like nothing, right? Yeah, because you have to build up stacks. And then once you have enough stacks, once you have 40 of this thingy, you can actually use it. And may I just say, 15? I feel like I'm missing something with this E.G.O because what do you mean? Does it gain coin power? Like, this is a defensive E.G.O. I've also heard it's like bleed, and I do like bleed. Yeah, this just seems like defensive things. Ooh! That's nice. Attack weight. Oh, it becomes clashable at 40, but you can use it before then. Alright, alright. Oh, clash power plus I can't read. Oh wait, only at 40. Until the skill ends, cannot be staggered. Gains a fuck ton of clash power. Plus 20. This is very simple math, and yet my brain is not working. 30, 35? That's pretty good, but how fast, realistically, are you building up 40 stacks of this? Except in really tough boss fights with a fuck ton of unbreakable coins. Right. Burn plus tremor. Huh? Okay. Alright, so it's about building your stat. How is this a bleed E.G.O? Am I missing something? Am I stupid? Okay, whatever. This one's confusing to me. This is the team we're using. Let's get into it. I will say at least, the art is very pretty. They make my wife look very beautiful. I love them. Oh, it ends on my birthday, by the way. Kind of cool, I guess. Event bonus units. Pardon? And I want to see the... Sorry, the music. I like it. The ticket. The ticket looks a lot, but I do like cosmetics. I'm hoping I thought it used modules. Grr! Oh! Well, that's okay then. And this is the order that I would put them in, so let's go. The one that they're gonna make me use Heathcliff on. Grr, fuck Heathcliff, #1 Heathcliff hater. Me. Oh, was this voiced? I was. Exploring Lobotomy Corporation Branch 1. Which one? I love that game. My consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality. Aw, shit. But Sod told us that Hongyun's Lobotomy Corp branch. Is this canon? Sorry. Another reason why I was like kind of on the collab, it's because like, oh, we're getting non-relevant story material for a property that I personally don't have attachment to, and we could be getting another Intervallo. Well, that's a little disappointing. Should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality. Oh, a myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? And then the sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. Tuh? An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Oh my goodness, it's the bunny girl. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves. And a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. I don't know what she sounds like, so. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So, who are... I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. I love them! That's my sinner right there! There was that stranger from earlier sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Is she a furry? Good for her. Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So, where? We're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to E.G.O.'s Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock does come in handy, huh? Manager Bud. Dante. I'd woken up. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face. And in the midst of all of this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Damn right, I mean... Gregor, Hong Lu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean. I came as fast as I could, and... oh boy, I was worried something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water's finally come in handy. Oh my goodness, speaking of which, everyone hydrate now! You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cig. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp branch Chi-Chun told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and... Which one? Which one? It can't be a... It's probably not a totally new one, right? And got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Oh my god, if Blue Star appears, I'm gonna do a backflip. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch, though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21, and I would trust Ishmael with my life, so... She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady said there. The outskirts? The outskirt region of the Great Lake? I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Wait, speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's a lot to take in. Hoo-hoo. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. My quirky wife! Seems that this Rodeo Island's a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This, young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's, Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. Girl, same. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? This is one thing that... Sorry, I hate crossovers, but it's like the introductions. Girl, who cares? It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts of the ruins, probably. Tea break. Or maybe we found ourselves in a completely different world. Look at Hong Lu catching on so fast. Let's go. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so it seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. I wouldn't have. I mean, where'd all these sinners go anyway? Where's my other wifey song? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village, while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water, too. Man, I barely even got a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's gotta be really tired then, so it's just you two out here for now? No, Ishmael and Isang got the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. We must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Hoo-hoo, we got the news early, thanks to Amiya's comms gears, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh, right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest, as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how'd you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Oh, there's a T. I never saw that. Calcit? His directions illegally cross the country border. Illegally! Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? Yeah, that's what illegally means. We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rhodes Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy? We also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all this way here on your own. That's, we were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Amiya's ears twitched as he came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then... There! As we stood about confused, Amiya noticed something pointed towards the seashore hidden behind a large cragged rock formation. What are we supposed to... Huh? There we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. Oh, it's Scotty! Bickering with two familiar faces. Oh my goodness. It's my wife. Yisong. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample expertise battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. And I don't know what voice to give her, so I don't care. Come on, better have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Isang, Ishmael! Dante, you are unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We're all really worried that we might never be able to find you. Woohoo, we managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya over here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the seaborns Dr. Calcit mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. Ooh. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters. Unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. I don't know, they kind of look like gluttony pecas. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I can make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Huh. More enemies. On the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's take them out. Alright, battle time. AKA, time for me to snack. Wait. Does Arknights only have a Japanese voiceover? Because the Ami announcer is in Japanese. This is so weird. I also never play my gacha games in Japanese. Mostly because the ones that I played are Hoyo games. And I put them in Chinese. So this is so weird to me. Anyway, I can't even use the E.G.O probably because of my Sin resource. Lemao. Yeah, I need Sloth. I don't think... Oh wait, this team does have Sloth. I might be able to use it. Slay! Alright. I have no idea still how Shichin Ishmael is supposed to function with all the Heisho. I just don't want to mess with my teams. Sorry, seeing the skill 3 is triggering something primal in me because I was trying to do a floor 15 solo run because it kind of seemed easier. Let me tell you, I spent hours on the Blood Fiend floor because obviously I had one character. So I basically always had to tank a death on turn 1. No, that's a lie. I had to tank a death on turn 1. And I would have to get so unbelievably lucky to clear, and I eventually cleared. And then every single guide is like, oh, pick the crabs. The crabs are really easy. The crabs kicked my ass. Because I had to tank a death on turn 1. And then also, you can't clash them, and Sunshower was just not doing enough. So I just gave up. Because it took way too long, and I was getting really annoyed. Oh, for context, this was also with 50 danger points, so... I got to floor 4... I cleared floor 14 with like 36 or something, so I have to go back with an actual team. I have no idea how the fuck you can solo the crabs on floor 15. They're just too strong. You can't take like any damage, but you have to take damage. Whatever. Anyway, I was using Horsey songs, so that's why it's like... And I had all skill 3s. That shit was so unbelievably annoying. I didn't even get any of the special boss encounters. I'm gonna have to get all of them to get all of their unique ego gifts for my compendium, which is what I'm most upset about. Oh, all remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Ugh, didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. Could say that again. Would have taken us the whole damn day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half. Well, Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were all catching our breath after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. The head of a clock? I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Uh-huh. Hmm? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amia can seemingly understand Dante. Uh, yeah, what's going on there? Huh, yeah, completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the Blue Boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amia that I felt from them. So she can read me kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess? Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Hung Lu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've gotten the luxury. I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also. Miss Ishmael and Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you certainly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey ahead is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know it's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coastline of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. I'm so sorry. Her thighs are distracting me in like a bad way. It's such gotcha design. It pisses me off. Girl, your arteries are out. You're gonna die. Sorry. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village in a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes. While it is true that they pose certain difficulties, they are hardly the kinds of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Stage 1, by the way. Oh my god, my jote. My jote. Oh, 14 stages. Right, Village of the Dead Lighthouse. Oh, I have so much lunacy left over. I'm gonna be set for next Walpurgis, and also I can gamble on new units. This is great. This hardly looks like a village. Looks more like ruins of one. Huh. It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. Not in a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city, either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up. Better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships narrowing winds against our sail. Ooh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium, like an actor on a stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answers, ye dog! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Stop! Hold on! What do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures of the great Manager Esquire! Verily, thou hast returned with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head. When I was a child, I heard stories about a legendary sarcos with a flaming head. Why would some like that visit our humble village? Well, the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some. There is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Huh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Oh my god, Otis! And Faust. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle, smiling art. So, I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's try to see who they are first. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC than PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage deposits. Looks like they already have it hard enough as is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. We should just find help elsewhere. Just look at how thin their arms are. That is so rude. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to where our... perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of E.G.O. But I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of E.G.O. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. Oh, we can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that. Fixers of justice. Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there. There's a ship blueprint, is it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Oop. Ah! I'm trying to snooze. Ah! Okay, add snooze. Chief! Hello, Sherry dude. This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious. I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design is somewhat old-fashioned, but there are certainly inspired parts of the design, particularly with the usage of core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint. We got our smart little cookies. You must be the village chief, then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faustus theorized that, perhaps, by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return from whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out in the sea? Oh, I can't read! Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, then even her Discord server has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hem. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to my Discord server is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected, at least? Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation? Because we're in a different dimension. The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close at this time, unlike this situation back aboard the warp train. So, to get back where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to sea? Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Amia conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship shape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here for a few more days then. How'd you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also the chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's effort at repairing the ship, yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They've really given us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia keeps in her pockets. My goat. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. I skipped it. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Honestly, that does seem in character. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refuse. I ain't about taking food from the needy. Because, like, Rhodia's backstory or whatever, I don't know, that makes complete sense to me. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You've done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish themselves amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Gregor! Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you're a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by your boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later. Wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Oh, tried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going, and can't learn much from here. You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast? Do you understand the Ager language? Ager language? No. Dante, Scotty just spoke in Agerian. I couldn't understand a word of what Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Agerian. Oh. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoken for them to comprehend the meeting. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort for Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kind of worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearly unoccupied building. And now I can run ads. Anyway. Sure, dude. Are the gacha units any good? Oh, was I on... Did I do this? I meant to be on hard mode. Okay, I am on hard mode. Man, if only I could just run ads right now. And I didn't have to wait. Wait, I can. I am so sorry. I've been having bad allergies like all year, right? How do I run my ads? I forgot. Oh wait, I've not done this for a while. Leave me be. And I forgot how bad they were. Anyone everyone have a snack break right now. I'm doing this because I'm stalling a little. Tara. The E.G.Os are pretty good. I got everything in 81. I hate you. I mean, congrats. I got everything in 250 pulls. And you'll never believe the first one I got. Yeah, that's right. It was the Gregor one. The one that I did not care about. The Gregor one confuses me so bad. But it's fine. I'll deal with it. Wait, important question for the Arknights knowers. Is the doctor non-beanie? Is player character has gender question mark? I know that gotcha gamers would say yes, but I'm not asking them. I will start it. Ah, my balls! I hope I will not be sneezing this entire time. I'm trying to keep it under wraps. I'm also trying... Every single time lately I've been taking Tylenol because I'm in pain, I'm like, ooh, autism time, baby. And it's bad. It's bad. It's so stupid it's funny to me. Maybe works for me. I didn't know if they had a defined I didn't know if they had pronouns. I It's an instance of gotcha gamers being really fucking obnoxious, so I can't trust anything that they say. All right. We're only on like stage 3, by the way. This is gonna take forever. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 of us. Which E.G.O is the best one? Hopefully the Honglu one. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke as an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. Had no idea that would work. We just had to get a small fire going underneath until the wood dries up and catches fire, the downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field expertise, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me that ingredient, young Rhodian, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. Yeah, this might be a two-parter. Ugh! I don't care about Arknights that much. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, 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 you are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again, not after what you cooked last time. They're all good, but Gregor is the best damaged one. Ugh, and it's so mid. Yucky. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. As many of our fellows, viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. I'm so glad they brought that. Yusong's a fucking freak and he eats anything. Full stop Honglu will love to remain oneself. All of my Honglu will love to remain oneself because it's the only he ego I have for him. And I don't think D Shredder's very good. Right. Don't you remember we all agreed to leave cooking to Mer Odie if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at E.G.O? They were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. Command Meltdown heals more HP, but gets scuffed by the unbreakable coins eating the special status. Eee. I was calling it discount fluid sack. Or fluid sack if you have more gluttony gen than gloom. I'm glad to see it that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. Can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms device. Or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Keltsit, they're more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Wait, do you know enough Arknights lore to tell me if Dr. Keltsit died? I need to know. Spoilers for Arknights, I guess. Long as this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explain this blurred distinction? Aha! I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rose Island is helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back an unpleasant memory. The horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears at the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide, like a real corporation. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. Hold up! Wait a minute! They stole this from me! Hold up! I can't believe they stole this. This is key lore in my brain. How dare they? Okay, I don't know enough to say, but I know she's something like a homunculus. Okay. Because people were being really annoying in the comments, being like, wow, really funny of them to have Keltsit appear in the E.G.O after what they did to her in the most recent chapter. I'm like, damn, did she fucking die or something? They're doing that thing where they're not saying the spoiler, but they're implying the spoiler enough to piss me off. And also, Monter turns into a girl. Good for her. So I'm like, oh, does something happen? Does something happen to trans or gender or something? Can't believe they stole this from my brain world. It's called oropathy. Amia showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appeared to be obsidian crystals. You're joking! That's also the color. How dare they? This 8-year-old gotcha stole my idea. This 8-year-old gotcha stole my, 15-year-old brain idea. That's the thing that's happening with, my main OC, my main Skrunkly. It's even... How? I swear to God I've never played Arknights. Its appearance reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, something more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. I wish my spine would turn into a magic... Monter is her spine? What? See, because, if your spine turns into a magical girl, what does that imply about the spine's owner, huh? I will be calling this dragon Monter. You can't stop me. There's a worse problem. Can't believe they plagiarized me. Except in my brain world, they're actually a species. But, like, that's what happens to them. That just happens to them. Can't believe that. Pray tell, what could possibly worse than an incurably deadly disease? Girl, have you never heard of any chronic disease ever? Well, it varies by region. Discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. I've wondered this for so long. Is bigotry a thing in the city? Because it seems like it's not. Which is like good for them. It's just capitalism. It's just capitalism and classism. Like woof, you know? The song began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? I want to call it oreopathy. Is that a real thing? Oreopathy? No, there haven't been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal grows on their body, or the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to hardly pose any risk. Yes, well, people are dumb. So, what's the problem? The problem is that bigotry makes no sense. People love discriminating against other people for no fucking reason. They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. That's what I'm saying, Gregor. No, wait, I guess he probably knows all about that because of Bug Arm. Then Rhodes Island's goal has got to be. Yes, it's important to develop a cure to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we can change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amia. I really do. For truth. The city. This world. We both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city anyway? Like, brother, I don't care. The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, hey, isn't this too much? You see something even worse. Sorry, that looked like fucking Irene for a second. Bah. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. You should play Arknights if you like these kinds of themes. No! No! You can't make me! I will not. I'm not interested in playing another gacha game. Also, it's tower defense, and I really, really, really do not care. Like, the characters look cool. They have a lot of furries. I like them. I am not playing that. Also, every time I see shit about the Arknight story, I see, holy fucking Yap Fest. Can they... Can we shorten this a little? I'm like, I am not in the mood to read... I am not in the mood to read gacha game novels. Okay? Especially when it comes with gambling. I know that's exactly what I'm doing. I can only play so many gachas. I don't want to start another one. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. Ah! At least, we can at least grouse about him, though, I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. Not just tower defense, minutes long tower defense. Isn't most tower defense long though? Anyway, I really don't care about chibi tower defense. I'm so sorry to Arknights players. You did say something like that last time. Does it have any PvP? That would be the nail in the coffin. I fucking hate gacha PvP. Just as the mood was starting to turn sour, Don Quixote's shouts scattered through the awkwardness. Shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished villains. Go by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice to... Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa, whoa! Of course you have green hair and pronouns. And from behind the wall she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thy foot! You gotta apologize first! Luna seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? Two? Two? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixtures of justice rose up to do what? Oh, hast thou come to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late now, or I don't mind waiting until morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite an early hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself there. You ungovernable fool! Calm down, we don't even know who this is. And don't you forget to share those fixture tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Another Don Quixote fumbling the girl. She's a girl magnet. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayers. I'm... How should I put this? Ah, did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet, I've not seen you once, Miss Mayers, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see Mayers out there wasn't anyone in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me. Gramps was worried over nothing and told me to stay put inside. Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share, even with whom you trust your life, though. I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why you'd be overprotective. Anyway, it's our turn. We are... Ah, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how didst thou hear us? By a listening device most secret upon our chamber. Mayers tapped oh my god, I can't read. Tapped a side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bad soundproofing. I could pretty much hear everything, Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you can really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably, then. Aha, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale of which the legendary fixture, the Arch Magnificence herself, the Red Mist, hath. Suppose that killed any hope for a good night's kip. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? You take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation's a pretty apt description. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Another reason to hate Heathcliff. He snores. Rousseau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section. Though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Ooh. I guess it's okay, since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Sorry, I meant to mute. Oh, wait, another sneeze. Okay, sorry, the allergies are really bad. I will try to mute when I sneeze, but it's unpredictable. Did you actually experience all of these yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually that of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor, that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the plays we were made to watch in La Mancha land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it could be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we truly lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there will come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Hmm? Something wrong? No. Oh, no, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Whoa, what happened then? Thus spake the Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it! What kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. Well, that's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when the story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or book. remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this, Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the hammer and nail we saw back at Call weren't exactly memories that are so easily forgotten. Merry Christmas. According to Dr. Calcet, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships Seaborns. Fie! An organization that worships those monsters! It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. Girl, don't even get me started. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier, I guess. I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what we heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people, too, in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaimed to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. Otis, no! But must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path. Jane Warcrimes would support this. She really is Jane Warcrimes. I need to know how bad her war crimes are. The projection in Canto 7 has me interested. Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayers to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I, laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that's neither the city nor the outskirts. It seemed that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. They won't make me play Arknights. You can't make me play Arknights. Break her out of jail. Clear within 15 turns. This shit is 3 stages. Oh, brother. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we don't have to use the Gregor E.G.O because it sucks and is mid and I don't like it. is so big. Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha! I espy her name there. 'Tis called by the name of Rebellion de la Massas. I don't know. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. A Rebellion de las Massas. Yeah, I could have figured that out. Honglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it. Oh wait, sorry, my brain word no work. That he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. Yeah, well that's a little dinghy. Dinghy! Meow! Hi Bianca. You will be happy to know that I got the cool Honglu E.G.O. I thought it was gonna be somewhere around Mephi size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed within a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs have already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts No way Twitch made it so only subs can rewind streams? What? That's stupid! I hate you, Twitch. Anyway, if you want to subscribe, it's cheaper for this month and this month only. Yahoo. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. It just gave me the thing, I guess, because you're the only channel you're sub to. Wow, I'm so special. Ooh. I'll be honest, I've never seen that before in my life. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I cannot help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I keep skipping the dialogue. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Oh, the idea with Unbrilliant Glory is similar to Tarnished Blood. What the fuck is a Tarnished Blood? You use the E.G.O to start the attack and charge the status via Gregor and other sinners taking reduced damage. Then you explode the enemies depending on the stack. Okay, that's what I figured happened. But then in my brain, I was like, well, you're probably not going to be taking too many hits unless there's a shit ton of unbreakable coins, right? I guess if bleed damage, self-bleed counts, that also works, but I don't know. Or you can just overclock and spit out a big 4-coin E.G.O. Who the fuck uses... Who uses corrosions? Who actually uses corrosions in combat, huh? Nobody. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. Should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down there. Should take us up to the ship. Me! I don't believe you. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Foreshadowing is a net. Wouldn't that be nice? Why, are you two just gonna faff around down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. Corrosions piss me off because so many animations are really good, but then I feel like for 90% of them, the resource cost itself is not enough to justify it, on top of the fact that so many of them, you can't determine where they go. So if I'd want to use a corrosion on command, chances are probably low that I'll be able to put it into the target that I want. And then it also uses more resources, and it also tanks my sanity. Not worth it. I got 12 sinners and I'm using every one. I got 11 sinners and I'm only using 7 of them. Maintain your disbelief then, you'll see the light sooner or later. No, I will not. Corrosions are mid and I never use them. They're only good for solos. Wow. I was greeted by the extravagant exterior that was gaudy as his exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. Yes. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel yet. Imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts. But it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, the coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. Wow! Blimey, lass, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors. Haha, what? Did I surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates collectively known as E.G.O. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What understood? What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translating. Oh my god, stop skipping the Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside the information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance of the ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. She called him a dumbass! To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. She said, I don't got the time to explain this to your dumbass. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. Was wondering when Miss Smartarse would start gabbing like that again. So what's she on about? But you know what? Fuck you, Faust. I agree with Heathcliff for once. Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily subsistence, oh my god, big words, consisted of dry food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Well, I can't read. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't around here either. Maybe it's food they packed from when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, so I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown. They're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers. And to convince them, they're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing the ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's, While the expressions were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. Why the fuck? Why? Why are we... Like, look, I'm a Heathcliff hater, but, like, he's not that dumb, alright? What's with the annoying looks? Wait, oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. Like, we knew this about him, right? It's just that it's been a while since you've shown us this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent, and he's often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Why, get back here! Now, with those two fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayers. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Ager will... I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mayers or Chief, they're not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe they're something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk? They call them nest toughs, Aegir here. And what does that make the rabbit ears? Does that make the rabbit eared less Aegir too? Wait, in the world you come from, do they not distinguish between races? That's what I was saying earlier. Racism does not exist in the city. That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans are. Humans should only be the intelligent life forms in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on race, like my, countess ears. And I've got pointed ears, because I am an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appeareth to be, Blood Fiend. Detected, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Rousseau stepped in to continue. By context clues in the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends, similar in external appearance to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. 'Tis of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also. I'm sure that some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then, wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? Don Quixote, you sweet, sweet summer child. That's... Wow, just like in real life. No reason. Well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to city folks like us. Think of the feathers of the fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence, we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. Wherever there goes, people hate an out-group. Ahem. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Well, let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cooler parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Huh? Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. Ugh, they're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. She didn't do shit. Canst thou fight, young mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Alright. Time for suffering. And by suffering, I mean clicking win rate. Wait, these ones are cute! Little crocodile. I like little... They're weak to everything. God damn, they're weak as hell. Imagine missing this intervallo. I mean, must mean that you just didn't tune in. It is a puppy! Little puppy. Good for them.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 숨통 끊기.
So much of it has just been explaining shit so far. Which, like, I get it. But, like, I don't care. Go, my scrunklies. Go. Wait, go so I can blow my nose real quick.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다. 샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 줄이는 축배를 주는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
Okay.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
Let's go. I hope that the next unit that comes out is either one that I really want so I can gamble for them, or is one that I don't want so I can save. Oh, I'm gonna have so many pulls. You know what? My pulls could have been worse. Spending 250 and getting everything is... It could have been 600 that I did not have. The other unreleased Hay shows. Yeah. See, I'm like, there's gonna be other Hay shows, but if it's Dog Heathcliff, I could not give less of a fuck, and that's the easiest skip in my life, right? But any of the other ones, I want them. I want them. Wait, no, we're not gonna get caught. Like, those will shard and start saving for next season. I feel like we're not gonna get next season for a few months. You're gonna be fine. Go, my mouse. How many good boy points do I have? Only 300? Damn. Mirai life insurance, please. We're not getting Mirai life insurance. Insufficient enkephalin? You have insufficient enkephalin. Oop. Go, my boxes. I'm thinking of the incorrect office, by the way. Insurance. I'm thinking of Irene. Oh, right. We did this last time. It'll be something from lore. Yeah, it'll be something from lore. My hope is index proselytes. I feel we're not gonna get Walpurga's story content. What's even the fucking point? Yeah, I know. It's for. It will leave me bitter on this entire collab that we're missing out on a fair bit of Limbus original content. Maybe 5 o'clock circus. We are never getting 5 o'clock circus because those designs are too insane. However, I would lose my shit. I want them so bad. I would love that. But I know it won't happen. It's like sweeper IDs. We're almost certainly never gonna get a sweeper ID. Emma and Noah, right? I love them! I love gay people! We are not getting them. But I can hope and dream. My stretch reach is index proselyte, so we'll have one of each finger be playable. My slightly more realistic one is wedge office. But no matter who it is, I'll probably pull for them anyway. So I like getting the units. I'm gonna like him regardless, probably. Can I not get super giga fucked on my pulls this time? But now that I don't have to save for limited collab content, I could spend more pulls. Huzzah. Damn, a lot of fucking enemy. Wait, I can use it. Go. Please, not everyone die before I can use it. You want to see my special little E.G.O? Yeah! Go, my E.G.O. If we're going forward in lore story-wise, aren't they before Philip? I mean, we had Dawn Office. And I thought Dawn Office was the one where he runs away. And then he comes back with Wedge Office. And then the thing happens. I don't fucking remember. Index would be a better guess. I know it's a better guess. But I feel like Wedge Office is more in the range of power level. Yeah, I guess if he's in his ego for me, Wedge Office is dead. However, I like them, so I don't care. I could have sworn Crying Children was also after you got access to bullets. But I do not fucking remember. Can we get more of these just combat stages, please? Oh my god. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea before the battle even came to an end. And the retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just be running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? How is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Ugh. So, I noticed during the battle, I may be wrong, of course, but yeah, you fight E.G.O Philip after Wedge gets booked. At least that's how I remember it. That's what I was trying to say. But, like, maybe it could happen. I don't know, man. I think I noticed how at the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed, too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it was the manager who was commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. I didn't notice shit. Y'all just wailed on them until they died because they had like 70 health. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like these? There ain't much of a question in it. They must have gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Me too. Mayor's eyes went round at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. Okay, so who's the Seaborn Gotcha unit? Who are they? If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are a phenomenon in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. What? White Knights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We've got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I have not gotten that far. You again? You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie! I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Amia stared out toward the sea, wary that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning to us. Okay, so who did tell Mayers about that then, huh? I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I was gonna say, they kind of seem like a hive mind. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you, by chance, worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. So is she a Seaborn? Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. Okay, so she's a Seaborn, right? We agree on this? As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional doors light from the beach at night. Oh, that is not her voice. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So, we can go back tonight? God, I wish. No. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Y'all are going back next week. Yeah, back to the village for now. Yapping. Alright. The Inquisitor. The Inquisitor. Oh my god, Honglu, shut up. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Alright, time for 30 minutes of reading. Who's that over there? You're joking. Ads are about to start. I'm sorry. Inquisitor. I think we've been found. She's kind of cute, though. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in dark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. Like, this is 100% a gotcha unit, right? She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That is a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw. What a dramatic evolution of your career, and she got the fucking hair vents. But it ends here. Now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this sodden coast to lurk in. Tell me, I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. Oh, brother, don't even get me started. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors. Was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fin beast jerky to villages. Or carry Aegirians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. So? What now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following proper legal procedures? Of course. I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Calcit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. She said, she's going to say, we need to ditch these bozos. The sinners who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Did you not hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, then we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that, too. We can't do that, even if it is standard procedure. Even if they're working with the law, it's not. You stayed up to hear Mayer's story, too, didn't you? Miss War Crimes does not give a fuck. You know, the N-Corp Inquisitors were working within the law, too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure, too. If someone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'd rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it is kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try and talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Railroad. We're not getting that. Rabbits? Right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right. There's no way Ryosha would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She'll doubtlessly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower a guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing here, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head? Are you from the Colombian Union? They're, wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days. Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhode Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Yeah, she's gonna go, oh, you crossed the border? Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. That's... We had to, because the issue demands urgency and... I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent the issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. Yeah, the High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to the highly suspicious E.G.O. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you roll up in here, only to go they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There is no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Honglu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off of me. I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. Hold on a sec. My DS is about to die. What do you suggest, then? We're clearly not making any progress by talking this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? The indomitable human spirits. I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. Well, they kinda are. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians because arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whatever that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante? Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocent civilians like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at Cal. They were right. We clearly didn't have the full picture of the circumstances, and getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was almost certainly a bad idea. Foreshadowing isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. To continue to obstruct me then, as the standoff was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions. So for now, let's just do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who's been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's all right. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayers' response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Okay. Okay. Moving on. Nyam. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves. The profound silence, then, must have reduced the village to its current state as well. So, giant tsunami of seaborns. Must have been a big wave to wipe out a whole country. Is there any reason why it's called the profound silence? Doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea. Then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one can say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but... So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease! Thou art threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm. But most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake as always, Rhodia slung Mayers over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote! Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixture of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. For 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this, could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monter! It's Monter! Wowzers. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. I hope I'm making Arknights fans mad. Who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. I don't care about giving them voices. It's Dr. Calcit! Do you know her? Yeah. Yes, she's Dr. Calcit, Rhodes Island's medical department's... Ah! Dr. Calcit, behind you! Grrr. It's Monter. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment forward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... It's at least 5 Don Quixotes. What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed! It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, then she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Monter. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Calcet! Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village? A church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? Oh my god, stop. There are not many resources by which we may analyze this decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on. You've been chatting plenty with that Inquisitor or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon. I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Ah, say no such thing. We shall not abide by as one such injustice is perpetuated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition. The Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall solve this conflict. But we promise you we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Calcet was about to say. Take responsibility. You don't have to go that... Gah! Blimey! We are now departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! This unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right! No. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. But it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left! Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I meant to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Revive them. Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we have the silver lining that the Inquisitor and Calcit's quick understanding of the situation, and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Bro's trying to turn them into tentacle monsters. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity. For our unfamiliarity. Can't speak. This caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost in Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound, like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. Wowzers. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors, so they are kind of like mermaids. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than sea monster. What? That's not that big of a deal. Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they were fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bough helped deal with the whale's polidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. I mean, it did turn back Ishmael in Canto 4 from being mostly liquefied, so I think it would be fine. Came back just in time, Lamau. Everyone overreacting. Dante's like, oh, okay. It's Tuesday. Well, we should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way you know. Oh, sorry. Was that last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up on them already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but... I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me on this one time. I can assure you that I'm not giving up on them. But, Amia, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amia seemed to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. Clock time, baby. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we define the concept itself? The pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Oh my god. Metempsychosis or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost Seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such a great power. Though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as a power should be explored later. Like, girl, I don't care about you talking about the powers of each other's worlds. Just go with it! I couldn't stop shaking. All my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude still. I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price of making a mockery of justice. Yeah, can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Aight. And my actual wife, Dante, just standing there like, Thursday. This shit sucks ass. This shit does suck ass. Where's my chain? Boo. Focused encounter. Everyone booed. I will still click win rate. Am I actually on hard mode? They feel way too squishy. Or am I just too used to being in the dungeons? For everything I was like 10,000 health. And this is just normal. I'm surprised she won that. Too many Arknights characters. I thought it was funny how everyone was saying that all these people are like super powerful or whatever, and that the guy on Gregor's E.G.O is kind of just a guy. I hope this just a guy shows up. Wait, and now I can finally differentiate my Heishos from the opponents. Dude. Oh, it's just them? Oh. These clashes are pissing me off. So my clashes. Kill them. Thank you. Oh, if only I could be using my bleed team. Then we'd have sanity. Everyone being at... Oh, we're not capped at 30 sanity. This is so nice. Fuck Mirror Dungeon. Danger point 50. Never solo the crabs. Worst mistake of my life. Unless your character's really good at soloing them. Mine was not. Wow. Go Ishmael. Sorry. I thought the attack would end at 18. Nice skill 3. Ow, my shoulder is fucking killing me. It's been hurting all day. And of course, this is the one day I get a text from my dad. Hey, can you come shopping with me so we can get some stuff to donate? And I'm like, okay, sure. And we got stuff in bulk. So it was really fucking heavy. But like, I still said yes. Like, God, this fucking hurts. Why am I here? Tried extreme crab with a non-evade ID. Bad idea. That's what happened to me. I gave up on the run because that shit would have taken forever. I was doing it with Horsey Song. Because, like, have to tank a death. Can't clash. The counters on the cannon crabs just eviscerated me. So I'm like, okay, I need to come back with more characters. And And the same thing happened on the floor before with the blood. Oh wait, no. It was like a couple floors before, whatever, who cares. The Blood Fiend IDs. Not Blood Fiend IDs, Blood Fiend's pack. That shit sucked ass. But at least they beat that one, yay. I did it with Contempt Ryoshu. I feel like Contempt Ryoshu would be better just because I think Contempt Awe as an E.G.O does more damage than Sun Shower. I was relying on Sun Shower a lot and it just could not hit some stagger thresholds. I quite like her. Oh yeah, I got her, but I never used her. Did you end up finishing the run though? Because I still need to do my 50 danger points. But I want to do it with a team, so it's a little less cringe. If I was gonna do a solo, I'd probably pick like the Ecchi Rodian. Immortal forever. Oh, my clashes. I'm hungry. Also, AoE and Grey Coat, no, it was the crab run. Oh, another thing that really did not help, I didn't get needle and thread. I tried really hard. I did not get it. That shit sucked. Grey Coat saved my ass so many times. My dumbass got to go. I was so confident. Like, I thought it was gonna get beat the fuck up by Ahab and shit. I kind of dunked on them. I dunked on all the focused encounters. It was the unfocused encounters, and they just kicked my ass. Like, oh boy. Y'all are saying these packs are easy with one character? No, they're not. Unless your character is super tanky. It was not working. I was so mad when I didn't get thread. Ooh, anyway. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel... Massage. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how... Oh, yeah! Wait. Say, Ahab trio is pretty easy if you can tank Queequeg. I don't even know how I lived. It's just, I lived one turn because, you know, I had embers. And then I could clash and I kind of just eviscerated them. It was really funny. And then it just dunked on Poser Duo. Good pack. Anyway, it's like, yeah, how did mayors know about the White Nights and Dark Days when nobody brought it up? Ain't it obvious the whole village is in on it? It ain't a surprise that they sent someone to spy on us. But they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Massas. Vessel Rebellion de las Massas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be! Irene, who is preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. And the ship is fucking gone. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of siege terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational so fast? The exterior, the name, must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them, girl? Mate, come on. Seas full of sea terrors won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amia? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel Massas soon disappeared into the mist, and, the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out how to get that. Maybe just get enough healing gifts and slam sinners into Moth until dead like normal. Okay, I am on hard. This shit's just easy. Okay, 8. Oh my god, we're halfway done. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Grand Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There is another one. There's a lighthouse you can use. Ooh, really? Are you really going to give us one of the village? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yes, young Scotty hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. I can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true yet. Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd left her for dead. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the E.G.O is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. Do we really have to go through this? That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but... Fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline. There's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline? It's not connected to the land. I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden materials from the village to build a raft. It is near enough for a raft to be the means of access? Or is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? You're going to trust the E.G.O? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that the Iberian mistrust of the E.G.O is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought... I have no history of feelings for or against the E.G.O. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? You saying they don't know... They don't understand the racism. She is conveying that, in matters regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel, in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're just going to hand... You're just going to hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? Well, there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayors. We are in luck, Executive Manager. It's quite fortunate that our interests align exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. Would have taken them like 3-4 distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, that is a hard thing to say. We're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order, which we have. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore. Then you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company skills. I can also work on simpler tasks. I've learned out a thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Amia will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Amia and Scotty remaining here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. What do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? I hated that sentence. A likely supposition. Amia, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. This translation is pissing me off. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there is a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally, this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on a lighthouse, but... Answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress in the manager. No need to change the plan, then. Amia, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay. As long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine, too. Then, let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retrieval. Righto. Step 1 of the plan's the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Huzzah. Can we just get a bunch of battle stages? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. But the last one's probably a dungeon. Who the fuck was that? After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the area as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. This character is really making me want to make a character with a lantern, even though that's already been in my brain to do. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Ugh, don't you ever quit chirping. What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? That's what I'm fucking saying. I like Irene. I'm not a coward. Just voicing my yes the fuck you. She did say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however. From what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. Nisong suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are still pretty wild. Someone's gonna have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You're sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two people could stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. Okay, what's her lore? I was gonna say, she feels very sea adjacent. That's probably why she was given to Ishmael. What's her deal? So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissue. Reminds me of that L Corp branch back at U Corp, the one that was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and... She really likes killing Seaborn. Okay, is that it? Because she made it seem like they were attracted to her. Does the Seaborn hive mind just hate her? They see her ass and they go, ah, fuck, it's her again. We gotta get her this time. I'm getting dizzy. Why? We'll all pull together. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it's torn. More or less. So they're just eternal haters. Got it. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. So, what now? This strange flesh tissue is growing on the gates as sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? I think she's already fighting off sea terrors from sinking the raft. So, we're on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or E.G.O I could use to get through this? So which one? Uh-huh. Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration. It's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day. It's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. They're they're canonizing how Ishmael is sinking with Scotty. It's not the horrible door I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see light. I reach out to the opening and see. No, because that is kind of weird. Because E.G.O have never synced to other people. And these ones are all syncing to people. Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty? Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Flashbang! Yeah! Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence is becoming engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good. And I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. I never used this E.G.O before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An E.G.O? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those E.G.O, whatever it is. Seems to me our manager's found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Yes.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Whoa, she's Scotty. Huh? Cracks in the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, I didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what, the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that! Ahem, that is. This is most fascinating. That an E.G.O could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. Huh? My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that could be used to understand the being that is Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation which delving into its principles is impossible. Read Distortion Detective. No. So that's called an E.G.O. Verily, of course. Limbus Company's E.G.O is quite distinguished from the other kind of E.G.O which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. The one fucking time Faust doesn't want to yap. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Avia learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer wall. Several of them, in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her, following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better just to let her talk her heart out than hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? Shut the fuck up. I am convinced. Do as you will, then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon E.G.O to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet slithering noise from distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means that our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Holy yap. I like the puppy ones. What the heck is this? What the heck? You're so rude. Why are you so rude to me? Die. They're so squishy. This feels wrong. Oh, that. Am I supposed to know what this is? It's like, oh, it's some totem. Keep track of it. Fine. I'll be honest, all I understood from that is that it'll damage me over time. Also, ads are soon. Keep track of this. And of course they put it in the middle and in the background where you never look at battles and it's covered by the arrows so you can't fucking see it. You fine, read the fucking passives. Spawn that. Yeah. Oh, when thingy. Trigger hand of the saint and remove. Okay, so attack it when it's clashable. Okay. Okay. Attack it when it's attackable. It does damage to me. Okay. Those gold skull ones have a nasty status effect when they die that grows over turns. And the hand of the saint is how you clear it. Okay. Kill the thingy when it's hittable. Hit the thingy when you can hit it. See, they have all these fucking words when you can put it in a sentence. Stop it with all these keywords. I hate TCG. No more keywords. Anyway, it doesn't matter if I just kill them. Using E.G.O won't be enough to activate it unless it's the main target. Yeah, I saw that. I was just gonna target it with a skill. It has 5 health. Unless it only takes 1 health from skill, in which case I have to attack it 5 times, which would be kind of annoying. Simply kill them before it's a problem, methinks. Okay, how many enemies? Ah, that's a lot of enemies! Wow! Just kill them, XD. I hate focus encounters. This shit's so annoying. I'm really hungry. I had soup. It takes no damage from being a sub-target. Okay. But if I just put a skill into it, then it'll take damage and it has 5 health. Unless it only takes 1 damage per skill. So it doesn't seem that complicated unless I'm severely misunderstanding.
나쁘지 않겠죠.
Yeah, whatever.
시간 끌 것 없이 모조리 치워버리죠. 무용하군요.
We got enough coins, so it's fine.
불쌍하게 울부짖는군.
Hellish. No, you got it now? Okay. I had it from the beginning. So, does it just have 5 health for funsies? Attack it when it's attackable, and it has to be the main target. So many word when few word explain better. Never catch me playing a card game. It's attackable. Get it. Kill it now. Oh, we're gonna find out. No, I would really prefer you didn't attack that one, actually. Whatever. Doggy. I would keep that little doggy. And there's a counter where Blood Feast would be to keep track of it. Okay. So, like, I know that there's gonna be a boss at the end where it's actually gonna matter, but right now, when there's a bunch of squishies, does it fucking matter? What if I just kill them? Right, get them out of here. Okay. My status is gone. Okay. Why say many word when few word do tricks? I love my Eldritch Hive, my doggy. Look at it, it's so cute. Wait, we're killing it. I love having the main thing that bothers me is just it being in the background, so it's harder to notice. Okay. Like you're trying to hide away and grief me on purpose. It heals HP and SP damage, but then other than that, it'll be fine. Okay. You know, rightfully or wrongfully, I'm not terribly worried about anything that's going on so far. With how squishy the squishies are, how concerned can I truly be? Aggressive petting? No, why would I aggressively pet it? Be nice to the puppy. Good puppy. Alright. Kill them. They're dead. I got all of them. All of them. They did it. Huzzah. If the next few stages are fighting, I can do this all today. Oh, but I know goddamn well the last stage is going to be an hour of dialogue. I feel it in my bones. And it's also going to be a module stage. What the fuck are you? The spewer. No talkie. Only click win rate. Yeah, oh there. I was gonna say yeah, and then I saw it when you see it. Okay, looks good. Go, my scrunklies. Man. Eggy. Egg. Don't talk about food, I'm hungry. Okay. Pokemon X hates me, and I say that because I'm shiny hunting in it right now. We don't need to talk about how I phase on a 50-50 to see a Plusle And I've not gotten a singular shiny plusle in like 7 non-plusles. Anyway, I got a shiny Lugia yesterday. Super under odds for anyone who cares. It's me, I care. I named it after an apple. I could eat apple. I don't want to eat apple pie. I have so many apples. I can make so much apple pie. I shouldn't though. I should. Wait, everyone, give me your favorite apple recipes because I got a fuck ton of them. Like so many. Okay, it does sound kind of good right now. But I can't. Next time I have to actually remember to put salt in the crust too. I can't believe I forgot. I love over salting. Go get them. Go get them, my bird. Fly, my scarab. Fly, my chicken. Oh wait, that one has more than like 2 health. That's crazy. More health than a sinner? Wowzers. Oh! Look at it, it's so beautiful. They're all clashing. Go, my sinners. Aside from apple slices, ew. Haven't done much apple cooking, sad face. Like, yeah, I could just eat them, but if I have like a bunch of apples, I got like 20 apples, I'm not gonna be able to do that. And also, I don't like peanut butter. And making caramel is annoying. The tag on the back of my shirt is pissing me off. Oh wait, right, because it's not a soft shirt. This is a going outside shirt. It's scratching me and I hate it. And also my chair is leaning. I hate this fucking chair. I fear it's gonna break on me. I have no status. Ooh, be avoiding. Oh, isn't this thrilling? I'm sure this is probably really exciting if you know Arknights lore. But like, as a not knower, I'm just like, okay. I'm not being sold. Wait, speaking of collabs, I was jump scared by E.G.O because I reinstalled HSR because I wanted to get the new Dunhong. And he doesn't even come out for 20 days, which I did not know. So I'm not happy about that. Now I have, gross, HSR on my computer. HSR Honkai Star Rail. Just in case we don't know. And I got jump scared because they gave me Archer. I got him immediately. It was the first thing I saw in game. Ah! E.G.O character! Ah! I'm scared. No Rin, no bye. No, there's only Saber and Archer. I know a few fake characters. I don't have any strong opinions about any of them. I know that there's one that has the same designer as the one who drew the one mouse, a HoloLive girl, and the protagonist for Fire Emblem Engage, which I do not like them. I do not like the Fire Emblem Engage protagonist. I get what they were doing with the split hair. It looks bad. It needed to be said. As if Everyone fucking knows that they look bad. Everyone knows. Okay.
이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지
Go, my sun shower. I shouldn't do that because that's stupid. Go, my... I don't even have it. Oh, wait, because I don't have it. Go, my... This. Let's put you... Ooh. Let's do you... Ooh. You'll just win. Let's do you... And... You... No... Go, my scarab. Fire Emblem, more like Fired Emblem. SMH, I was so fucking excited seeing that they're working on a new Fire Emblem. Oh, I'm ready. I'm showing up. I've not actually played Engage, and if I'm being honest, I kind of don't care. It's not only because the protagonists are kind of ugly. I mean, I've heard that the story isn't very good, but that the gameplay is really fun. And I'm like, well, if the story sucks, then I don't care. And this is coming from a person who likes Fates, so I think I put E.G.O to Clash the correct slot. Oh yeah, I got Bygone Days for Ishmael, because I like it. Huge. Also for Sinking Team. Okay, so did I attack the thingy? Okay, I did. Fly my scarab. Sorry, I've been thinking about Fly my scarab so often lately. Yeah, of course. That's what a classic. I love it so much. Throwing your bug. It heals pretty good on sinking teams, yeah. So I've heard. And also the art for it is great. It's one of my favorite E.G.O arts. Ishmael's got peak. She has both Ardor Blossom Star, and she has Bygone Days. She truly wins. Okay, that was rude. Oh, I'm sinking. And it's especially nice because I don't really like using Butler Faust, even though with 7 slots I'm basically always using her. So it has an alt heal for when I don't have enough sloth to use Pursuance, which is most of the time. Okay, we only need like... Kill it. Kill it. Who else is attacking? Honglu? Who else is attacking it? Bao? No. You. Stop that. Go. I hope I didn't super overkill the one that was on 2 HP. Okay, we're fine. I was second guessing myself even though I know that I put them all in the correct slots. These flowers are just kind of tanky. Even though it's staggered. Go. Kill them. I'm tired of seeing them. Yay, mission accomplished. And you know what? Since I don't care about spoilers for this event, I'm okay with looking at the final boss and mirror dungeon. Huge. 4 more. The Fabled Knight. Okay, but this seems like a boss. So, I want to do that. There were more Siri terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Yisung was right. Fortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's... Ah! A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! The floor is giving way! What's going on out there? Something's rammed against the Eye of Iberia. I see yachts shimmering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yisong noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again. Which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that shoehorn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. If those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're gonna need all hands on deck to have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you to the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that knight somehow. The nut! Waves crest high in the violent... Oh, can't read. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. Stop talking about the knight! The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh, don't say that. I want it to be so easy. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories have blinked through Amia's fathoms, having blinked through Amia's fathoms, flashed briefly before my eyes, and the sea-born knight wields his great lance against the surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the land. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try and talk to the knight. Pride check. Go, my Honglu! We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. He has 3 offense level down. Yay! That's good! -1 clash power. Okay. Bop, 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 bop. Clashable guard, fuck you. Yeah, clash against this guard. Good luck! Don't say that. Oh, he only has 1,000 health. Clueless. I'm not gonna read the passives. Fuck you. People screaming, no! Read the passives! If I hit him and his HP is 0, then I win. Duh. Okay, wait. No, I have a snowflake on me, and I want to know what it does. Why do we have snowflakes? Bro's doing no damage. Sick. Okay, what does snowflake do? Oh, we have a lot of snowflake. I thought she had a paralysis. Oh, launcher. Cold. This unit has 3 stacks, take bloom damage, and a fuck ton of HP, or ton of SP, and be frozen. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Fine, I'll read. Prioritize this target with frozen. Just don't get frozen, dipshits. Okay, so do I just have to deal with it? Me when the AC is slightly too high. My hands are so cold I can't move. Ah! Cringe! Cringe! Phase 2! Okay. Well, simply win. L. If I lose, I'm gonna call it for the night because it's been a while. It's late. It goes down by 1 per turn. Okay, but if they all get it. I love when they get base power! Fuck your base power! I wanted you to find out about phase 2. And see, in my brain, I'm like, yeah, of course there was going to be a phase 2. That his health is way too low to not have a phase 2. Oh, I didn't notice that that was a big attack. It goes down by 1 per turn, but it goes up 1 per turn when I get hit. Or when I attack him because he's a loser. I love unbreakable coins. Yeah, if I didn't know about phase 2, once he hit 0 HP, I would have said, and now we get phase 2. Wow, Honglu's frozen. We get to see what happens. He's bad against this boss. Because he'll attack multiple times per turn. Oh my god. Every boss that gains sanity can die in a fire. I said it. Well, I'm curious what this one does. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Go, my horse. No more frozen. Alright. I'm leaving. Mission failed. We'll get him next time. Go, my sinking. If you gain 1 sanity point, I'm gonna lose it. No sanity points. Hold, hold, hold. Important, important, important. Okay. What do I do? Ew, Butler Faust. Everyone go ew. Butler Faust. Becky. Their ego should be correct. I'll give it 1 actual try. That was a... Yeah, this looks like shit. And if not, I'll just go bleed, because bleed has never let me down. She can probably pass a pride check. She passed a pride check. Go. Let's see, well, this is definitely gonna lose. Ah, I see. So don't clash against that unless I'm certain I can win. Alright. Get that sanity down. Watch him be a negative coin ID and I just can't read. Nice, no damage. Ew, a beautiful woman in a butler uniform. Quick, give her me. You could take her. I don't like her because I feel like every time I use her, she loses. She does nothing but lose important clashes. She is the most easily disposable member of a sinking team to me. Yowzers. Go, my win rate. What the fuck is this? Ugh. Okay, can you... What? How is it targeting both of them at the same time? Oh, this sucks. We're so slow. At least with Rodian, it does not matter if her sanity is high or low. You know what? You just have to win. And if you don't win, it's your own fault. They just have to win. If you can't flip heads, you deserve to die. I guess I should be playing negative coins with Rodeo. Just for funsies. Wowzers! Look at how much sanity she lost. Alright, kill them. Yeah, I trust you. Yeah, I don't trust you. You will lose. His ass will lose this. You could do that. I love being slow. This is attacking 3. You're just gonna have to win, bucko. I don't know what to tell you. Wait, I do know what to tell you. Wait. Beep, 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 beep. Go. Fly. Remise, my beloved, +3 sinking count. What the heck is a remise? I fucking love unbreakable coins. They're so annoying. Genuinely the most annoying thing in this game. It just feels like it defeats the original purpose of the clashing mechanic. If you win your clash, you don't take damage. Unbreakable coins, eat shit no matter what. L plus ratio. Wow, that's so super cool and epic. I would like my people to be unfrozen. Thank you. Be unfrozen now. Wait, she doesn't have how? Because I figured we gen more of these resources than we gen gluttony, which is true. So, but also we have no healing. And all my other units on this team are purely for support. I was gonna say, please automatically go to phase 2. And then I see 1,000 appear on screen. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Alright, good luck, everyone. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Well, that's a little worrying. Alright, Let's hope it's a scripted loss. Rodeo might corrode. Speaking of, fuck corrosions. Okay, I thought that was going to do 20 gazillion damage. Oh no. Anyway. Go, am I sinking? Please don't corrode. It'd be so epic. Wait, no! I can't select her again. I don't trust his ass, but you would never. You would never. Thank you. Struggle passive! That's my favorite passive. The struggler. Oh. Well, alright then. 56. Okay, I feel like I missed something. I missed his passive where it says that he gains more sinking, right? This isn't a natural sinking stack, is it? This is a mirror dungeon ass sinking stack. Man, imagine if I had enough resources to launch off a Solemn Lament. If I do, I will. It'd be funny. Go. Lament. I love eating shit no matter what I do. It's so cool. Beep, 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 beep. Also, her skill 3 is so unsatisfying feeling to me. Hive mind. Wowzers. Go. Lament. Lament all over his ass. It's so funny. And then we move on to phase 3. Oh wait, it actually says mission accomplished. I just noticed. I'm not sure it picks up. I'm out of rounds. The lamp's almost out too. It's okay, we got his ass. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. Gregor and Ishmael are really count positive, and Rhodia. I feel like I've never gotten that good of a sinking stack just by pressing win rate, though. So it felt wrong. What difference does it make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy who is more like a force of nature than human. That wasn't that bad. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn, as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? Oh, golly gee, if only there was some cool, unique E.G.O that I could use in this situation right now. That's when, through the mist, the black space began to envelop my vision once again. Wow, everyone acts surprised. Wait, this is just like, from the dark light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely and powerfully on Scotty, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kazimierz. And it's gonna be the Gregor one. Get ready for mid. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, and an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiel's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kempt set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focused on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. I was reduced to Gregor team killing with collab corrosion to barely clutch this fight with Tremor and Lord Honglu. Imagine. Hashtag ad, barely obscured in the corner. Bro, what is this shilling? You're not making me play Arknights. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, our ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? I'm really shocked that Don Quixote did not get a collab E.G.O. Part of me's like, good fucking riddance. But I am surprised. Wait, no, he's different. They need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is Flashbang! Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you with this, Gregor. Use this E.G.O to hew into the night's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, Manager Bud. Let's do this. He's just... Also, I'll say it. The hair looks whack. Wow. He swings his sword. Crazy. It's just so nothing. There's no sauce. Where's the sauce? It's gone. It went to Honglu. The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. Crazy? I was crazy once. I'm crazy all the time, but like in a fun way. Then, oh wait. Hi. I forgot. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts through the sea, and looks in our direction as if to admire it. Gregor deserved better. That's what I'm trying to say with all this when I call the E.G.O mid. Bugman deserves better. He should have gotten better. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light toward the ocean horizon. Yippee. Mayers has completed the repairs. Oh! The light returneth to its house once more. Silence all. Mayers is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayers was peeking out of the top window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea, and moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Yay! Confirmed. I'll radio Dr. Keltsit immediately. Oof. That's all well and good, but what about that monster? That, against all the shit that we fought, that was like mid-tier. Do we remember Lehang Gang? Do we remember him? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This'll be a problem. Don Quixote, wait! Don't get too close to it, it's dangerous! But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaboard, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an energetic tone, "The knight! Oh, mighty knight! What is the name of thy noble steed?" Oh, brother! Roshante! Wait, she can communicate with him. Oh! 'Tis quite the coincidence, then. My noble steed is also named Roshante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Ishar, it was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and mine compatriots are now embarking on an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Roshante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. Where's steed? I don't see any. Where horsey? I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but we both departed the lighthouse looking out to the far distance. So they really exist, Seaborn who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. Well, Don Quixote returned the night with that bizarre conversation. Amia raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Calcit, is it true? What's going on? The doctor managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and they're now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. Well, that's kind of anticlimactic. But it has been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Calcit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Non-beanie doctor. Yay. Everyone celebrated. Great. Let's return to Scotty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scotty had listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner she did before. She just let the knight kick her ass. I mean, they just let me dunk on the knight. She was busy. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Girl. You know who we're traveling with? Oh my goodness, my Jode. I'm surprised that the difference is this big. Rhodes Island, can we just clear the stage? Yes, I'm hoping that I'll be able to finish it today. I'll be honest, they're not selling me. Ugh. I thought it was just going to be a combat stage. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my head based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yisong, Faust, or the Hohenheim from LCE. So is the last thing super long? Please tell me now. The last node. I figured it's going to be a dungeon, isn't it? The first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. Because if so, I'll save it for next week. I don't care. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. That ticking now is a nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Amia. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. How long would you say it is? I should thank you and Amia, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's embarrassing to repeat that by myself. Dante said that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amia. Yeah, next week. Okay, but like, is it like a 1.5 hour ordeal, or is it like a 3-hour ordeal? Considering that I must read the words aloud, which slows things down substantially. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. More accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a scale of to the ticking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands, of a clock. 1.5 hour, I believe. Okay. So I'll save the next stage for next week then. Might be a bit of a short stream or whatever. Maybe do extreme dungeon next week as well. I can't just... Oh, wait. You meant extreme... You meant extreme mirror dungeon. I thought you meant extreme... The dungeon has a normal mode and an extreme mode, and I can't just do the extreme mode? This sucks. I understand now. I don't know, something about the way Merceau put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not. It's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Like, why are they making such a big deal of translating Dante when they have to do that? Like, this is not a rare occurrence. Why? It feels weird. The vibes are weird. Next steps? Yo, Doc's kind of short. I mean, thanks to Limbus Company's effort, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere. To trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. The Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close all of them off. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially here, the hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so... Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Ah, let's see. But on closer look... Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? Yeah, can we go? I have no idea what they're talking about, but if I'm being honest... Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seemed pretty adept at getting orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed. They seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. I clicked a win rate button. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations. And even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faustus judged. What are they on about? Brother, you're asking the wrong guy. I was about to ask that myself. Oh my goodness, she has an uwu. I like her. She's the only one that I like. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Don't tell them about the win rate button on the Fisher-Price pad. Don't tell them about the win rate button on my fucking iPad, okay? I'm watching my Century Fruit videos and I'm pressing the button. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? Not good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable, good enough for me. Your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, Gramps, if there is something you would like for us, is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mares behind with their unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. There's a light in yonder distance. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea. Become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day, your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparations as well. Jose and Amia stood opposite Fabius. Incoming. Get ready, everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island operation was certainly impressive, but it's not exactly our style. All I can do is put faith in my sinners and push them onward. Our style is, trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. So dramatic, and for what? Let's wipe them out. Like, I think the thing is that gets me is that I don't care. The stakes feel so low. Oh my goodness, my Angela is back. Huge. Like, yeah, we need to get the boat to return to our world, but that's it. We're attacking little guys on the ocean. Ooh. Ooh. I have no reason to care about any of these characters or anything that happens here because I know that ultimately none of it is going to have any meaning. I'm being cynical, I know. It's filler episode, but without the character development that makes filler not filler. So it's actual true filler. Made by someone who likes the source material, clearly. But if I don't care about the source material, you're not making me care about the source material. Coming from a not-knower's perspective. Showing the local tide pool who's boss of the beach. That's what it fucking feels like. I'm just bullying squishies. Like, oh, okay. It's the same thing I felt about the Christmas intervallo. The one intervallo that I'd say that I don't like. Okay. The one with the blade lineage, that one kinda didn't do anything for me either, but it had some lore. That one really just did nothing for me. Yeah, that one kind of sucks, huh? Sorry, I'm thinking about it more and it's like, wow, nothing happens. Nothing that I care about happens. That's crazy. How'd they manage that? This targeting is pissing me off. Ooh. Simply win. The tide pool is crazy. Oh my goodness, can't wait to go to the beach in November. That's actually happening. Exciting. Why do I open my thing? I think I'm giving myself period cramps.
제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명된 것 같아 다행이군요.
Did anyone lose yet?
이 전투에 명예 따위에 기대하고 있는 건 아니겠지.
Alright, are we winning yet? Wave 1 out of 2. Wait, there's people. I hate focus encounters. I hate focus encounters. Kill them. What? It said, kill them. Walking a beach during a cloudy day is pretty fun. I don't like the water. Water is scary. But I like shells. Not fun, per se. No, it is fun. You were right the first time. Wait, go my sinking. Wait, I'm on my sinking team. I didn't realize I was still on them until now. Ah! Go my rhyme shank. Kill them. Man, that one time I almost drowned in the ocean when I was like 7 really fucked me up, huh? Shout out shelling though. Standing in the water, hands freezing, cool shells in hand. Heat. Be faster. I said be faster. Were you attacking? Yeah, of course you are. You can do that, I guess. Because you do no damage anyway. Go. I feel bad bullying the puppies. I'm sorry, Seaborns. It's definitely nice just to be there and soak in the environment. Exactly. And not be submerged in the water. I like how it slid across the screen. Bye. Bye. Please kill. I know it won't, but please. That's probably the biggest thing I miss about California. Sad. I'd say I understand, but I've never been terribly close to the beach. I guess I'm probably closer than most, but can't drive, so it takes hours to get there. Oh, and my friends and family, I guess, maybe. Yeah, you know, priorities. What have friends and family ever done for you, huh? Enemy 8. No, I can't count too well, but this looks like 6. I'm so hungry. I'm getting food at 1 a.m. Wait, AO3 is gonna go down in like 30 minutes. Don't ask why that's what I said. Anyway, can this guy die fast so I can leave? I should not have picked a sinking team. They are not good at... The damage isn't the best. Oh, my head hurts. Those people who shaped me into the person I am? No. Some drifting shells, real shit. No, but you're so right. Driftwood and shells is life-changing. Oh, well, if you insist. If you insist on being favored, who am I to say no? His ass is definitely losing that clash, by the way. But I cannot be bothered to reorganize these coins. Win rate works well enough. Oh, I'm actually surprised. Good for you. And I don't even have Wild Hunt Heathcliff support passive. That's the only reason he's up tie 3, by the way. It's just for the support passive. And he's only level 4 because I forgot to take him off my team for story stages. So he gained levels. Disgusting, I know. Who even likes that character? Who even likes that unit? This music is so dramatic, and for what? Never doubt the goat. I'm doubting. Edgar Gregor is also another one, specifically on the S1. I feel like he loses it when it's important. But the one that frustrates me the most, the one who I feel like literally never wins a clash with their single coin skill, Dawn Office Sinclair. Never uses skill 1 ever. You will lose. Ever. Stay away. Nice 20 damage. Why is it so dramatic? Okay. Killed the big guy. Yeah, it's so trash. It's cool in theory because you know coin reuse in practice he loses it 100% of the time. Not actually, but that's what it feels like. Rarely better when he's got that E.G.O on. Ugh. I like him so much, but he's so frustrating to use sometimes. It doesn't help that I'm also a giant Philip hater. Fuck that guy. And then, of course, it's given to Sinclair. I also hate that guy, but somehow I like the unit. Okay, well, we need one person to attack it, and then one person can attack here, then you could go here. Who fucking cares? Get the squishies away from me. Go, my tentacles. Wait, I haven't even been paying attention. Has the pedestal activated? Probably. Philip Sinclair needs 2 IDs to keep him from crashing out too early. Doing Song and who else is SP and Burn? I don't know who on team, but I know that you can have like Honglu on the bench or something. Base Honglu. The support passive's good. I had a point! It's been a while since I used Burn. I cycle through my team archetypes in Mirror Dungeon every week, so I'm more familiar, I guess. Anyway, let me get rid of my status. But yeah, it's nice because at least Liu Song is a good unit. You'd want to use him in burn regardless. But why do you need a tailor-made babysitter to work? And you may say, "Hey, look at the Blood Fiend team." But at least Don Quixote can function on her own. Optimally, you will play her with other Blood Fiends, but like you don't have to. They're pretty fucking persistent. Now you're telling me. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no. I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The Sea Terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help, but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Okay, who the fuck is here? Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Like, who the fuck are all these people? Mayors? Mayors, appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. I mean, obviously she had hang-ups about just slaughtering her granddad. Can we not put context clues together? Are we stupid? Why'd she look like Firefly? She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. I realized it will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. Vor! What Fabius blurted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayors' true allegiance. Alright, everyone. Act shocked. Eat people. Looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. Ryoshu, you're so quirky. Heard it's a pretty common thing in District 23. Back streets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. I said she was a seaborn, like frame 1. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. There's time. Devour me. Set sail toward your idea. He said the word. Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Okay, not yet. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn. So now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayors waves her hands, and sea terrors climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything other than cannibalism to look at Mayors. It's just like, oh no! These people that I don't know. These people that I'm never going to see again, which could be said about one-off characters, but it's like... How's Sid? Is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mayers... Her ass is not young. It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. Whoa. No way. Whoa, no way. Let's go, Rodian! Woo! And we celebrated. And we're continuing this next week because I'm tired and it's late. And how many good boy points do I have? Holy shit. Enough to buy Ishmael, baby. Scotty Ishmael. But it's in the he slot. And you know what I'd rather use? Ardor Blossom Star. Unless it clashes really high. I mean, on a sinking team, it's fine. A Christmas Nightmare, my ass is not using that. You can be Threadspin 3. I got a fuck ton of threads. Well, I got them. See, what number is this? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 20! That's so low! As opposed to Mike Jote, Ardor Blossom Star. I don't know what that is, but that's a big number. That's almost 40. In what universe would I ever use this over Ardor Blossom Star if I'm just trying to win clashes, huh? Exactly. Good with Muller-ish. C. Wait. Can I also show off the ticket? I can. Barely. I could barely show off the ticket to you all. Ticket. 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 Okay, this ticket is really pretty. Okay, let me show it with an E.G.O so we can see the background there. Ooh, this would look good with D-Shredder. Ooh, that goes hard. I found my ticket. My ticket's gonna look like this for a while if anyone adds me. That's so sick. This is the most exciting part for me. Story, who gives a fuck? Cosmetics? Oh, baby, I'm showing the fuck up. Ooh, and the ticket stubs look nice, too. Anyways, I'll finish this next Thursday. I'll probably look up... there's a 100% chance I'll see spoilers, but I'll pretend like I didn't. Okay? Anyway, I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna go get some food. Everyone else go to bed. And I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, right. Silk Song. Yay. That's exciting. We'll be silking our song tomorrow. Yay. Okay, good night, everyone. Bye.